Bom dia, meu nome é Ciro Dias Reis, eu sou presidente da consultoria de comunicação e imagem corporativa, que organiza o evento Scandinavian Day, este ano em sua terceira edição e totalmente virtual em função da pandemia. Estaremos juntos esta manhã e na manhã desta quinta-feira. Este é um evento destinado a compartilhar os avanços dos países da região nórdica em diferentes dimensões: inovação tecnológica, sustentabilidade, responsabilidade social, educação, cidadania e transparência. É também nosso objetivo ajudar na criação de pontes entre os ecossistemas de negócio do Brasil e dos países nórdicos, ampliando, por exemplo, o potencial de parcerias. Os países nórdicos possuem, em conjunto, um território de 1.200.000 km² e 25 milhões de habitantes. O Brasil possui um território 7 vezes maior e uma população 8 vezes maior. Mas o produto interno bruto do Brasil é apenas cerca de 10% superior ao PIB dos países da região, o que mostra o estágio avançado de desenvolvimento e competitividade daqueles mercados. Os países nórdicos sempre figuram com enorme destaque em rankings globais destinados a medir os níveis nacionais de transparência, compromisso com o meio ambiente, confiança nas instituições, desenvolvimento humano, PIB per capita, entre outras variáveis. São resultados que geram reflexões e podem inspirar soluções para um Brasil ainda muito longe do seu pleno potencial humano, econômico e ambiental. O painel que abre esta manhã de diálogos se destina a conhecer um pouco mais acerca da ótica e dos avanços dos países nórdicos, bem como o que eles podem representar em termos de possíveis novas conexões com o Brasil. Para isso, eu apresento e agradeço desde já pela presença os embaixadores da Dinamarca, Nikolai Pritz, da Finlândia, Jouko Leinonen, da Noruega, Nils Martin Gunning e da Suécia, Johanna Brismark Skog. Começamos com a embaixadora da Suécia, Johanna Brismark Skog. Por favor, embaixadora, com a palavra.
Thank you very much, and thank you for organizing this live streaming. I think it's very good to focus on the Nordic region. For Sweden, the Nordic cooperation is extremely important. And, you know, we share a long history and we share the common values too. And I think what we showed with the Nordic model is that it's possible to combine an inclusive social model with dynamic economic growth and innovative societies. And as you also mentioned, we have also, we're very gender equal. We're among the most transparent in the world. And at the same time, as we're well underway to achieve our very ambitious environmental and social goals and climate goals. And we're here in Brazil, we're combining this in the Nordic dialogues, where we actually joint initiative, where we're presenting ourselves as a Nordic model. And this year, the theme is sustainability. I can, of course, speak long about Nordic cooperation, but to talk a little bit more about Sweden. For Sweden right now, we're in the middle of the Innovation Weeks, as you can see behind me. 2 weeks where we focus on showing partnerships and possibilities, matchmaking between Sweden and Brazilian partners at all levels. This is government, industry, universities, researchers, where we try to get even more cooperation. This is based on our strategic partnership, but which focuses on science and technology. But this is much broader. So now we're working with all kinds of themes. This year we're over 30 events, everything digital. You can follow it online if you want to. The focus this year is on sustainability. We think this is the good theme to focus on. And within this, we have identified 3 main areas. One is biogas. Brazil has an incredible potential in biogas. And actually, you could replace 70% of your diesel production by going to biogas instead. And Sweden has good technology in this, and we'd like to establish more partnerships in this. Another is mobility, where we have some of the leading companies in mobility. Scania and Volvo are two of the biggest ones represented here, and they are working very much to modernize and the transport modes of the future. We're also working a lot with Brazil on what we call the Vision Zero, which is how to minimize the number of deaths and accidents in traffic. And the third one is mining, where Sweden and Brazil are both, of course, extremely important and dominating mining countries in our own regions. And we have a lot of technology to develop together in partnership, safe, sustainable, and smart mining. The reason we're focusing so much on innovation is that innovation has been one of the keys for the Swedish success. We're actually also number 2 this year in the second most important innovation country in the world, highest ranking. We little known fact is that we have the second highest number of startups per capita in Stockholm after Silicon Valley. And these are well-known names such as Skype and Spotify, of course, but also Mojang and Klara, which are in financing and in gaming, etc. So we're well on the way of getting more too. I can also mention that Sweden has the largest number of multinationals per capita. And most of them are based on inventions. So it's an important way of building our society. And we believe that this is something that we can work together with Brazil on promoting and supporting and working together. We found that we've been doing it just by working together with government, private industry, and universities and researchers in a very tight collaboration. So of the Swedish GDP, 3.26% go for research and development. And of this, 72% come from private sector and the rest from the public sector. I think it's also something to show how much the value we place on in innovation and research and development as a key for sustaining our development and to build sustainable development. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Now I ask for the ambassador from Denmark to address some words for you in order to share some ideas from some views from his country.
Okay, thank you very much. I would just like Johanna, I would also like very much to thank you for this opportunity. And obviously I support everything that Johanna said about the Nordic cooperation. It is something that we attach very great value to. We have a lot of common share history, knowledge, approach to society in our Nordic countries that we would all like to share with our Brazilian partners. So we're certainly in this together. I think I would go a little bit telling about the Danish story about when it comes to sustainability and renewables. I think it's fair enough to say that we traditionally have been a bit of a pioneering country in this area. And I think something that's characteristic for our way of looking at it also, we have a very holistic approach when we talk about sustainability, really ranging from anything from energy to water, waste recycling, the way we arrange our cities, etc., right down to having bicycle lanes all over the place. So sorry, there's some noise in there. I can't really okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, let me tell me a little bit about our story here, because I mean, it started somewhere, right? I think like most, at least in Nordic countries, we have always When you go way back in time, I mean, as societies, we've been based on agriculture and fishing. So we've been kind of used to living in harmony with nature and respecting nature. I mean, that has been an embedded part of our nature, so to speak. But you know, eventually, like most countries, we industrialized, and that along with that came you know, more energy consumption. Along that came you know, increased use of fossil fuels. And I think for me, one of the turning points when I see where we are today was back in the early 70s, obviously, with the oil crisis, where we certainly woke up one day and just found out that we become way too dependent on fossil fuels. And that was obviously not good. So the next, let's say, decades, we spent sort of trying to figure out how can we diversify. And it became very natural to us when diversifying that the path we should pursue should be sustainability, should be let's say, green energy sources. So that's the way we went. I would like to say when taking this shift, this was not just let's say public policies, public visions that enable that. It was certainly a commitment across society. I mean, it was a very consultative process. While making our policies, while making our legislation, we involved the civil sector, we involved academia, and not least business, because we knew that business was the one that ultimately would have to implement a lot of these things. So this has brought us very far, these partnerships between all parts of society in terms of getting around to new sources of energy, getting around to focusing much more on sustainability in all aspects of our economy. And I think that if I should sum that up, it's a little bit what we call the Danish story. I know it's a bit of a short way to put it, but the Danish story is the story about how a country, a small country, obviously, in about over the 4 decades or so, have been able to increase its economy with somewhere between 80 and 90%, which is quite okay for a mature economy, but at the same time maintaining energy consumption. So that is zero. That has not grown. In fact, our water consumption has dropped by something like 70%, and our greenhouse gas emissions in the same period has dropped by something like 40%. So I think it's an inspiring example in the sense that it shows how you can decouple economic growth from greenhouse gas emissions and increase energy consumption. That's a good example. But our efforts continue. I think this is one of the important points of my intervention here, that we are certainly not satisfied with the way things are now. We think we have a global crisis that is imminent. We need to do our part, not just because we want to fulfill our international commitments via the Paris Accords and so on, but we also want to serve as an inspiration to other countries. And this is strongly driven, again, not just by people in the foreign service that, you know, think this is a good idea. This is something that is where we have our entire, let's say, population behind. I think one interesting fact is that when we had elections about a little bit more than a year ago, traditionally, at least over the last few decades, when you come to electoral campaigns in Denmark, let's say the top topics in these elections has been migration, economic growth, health, and somewhere down there it would be climate considerations, right? Now this completely flipped around at the last elections. The main concern among the electorate in Denmark was climate. So that has changed tremendously. And this is obviously giving everything an extra push in Denmark. And it did not take long for the new government to implement a new, what we call Climate Act, which I dare to say is probably the most ambitious climate act worldwide. The most ambitious for a variety of reasons, really. For one thing, 8 out of 10 parties in parliament is behind it. So this is a national consensus that we want to go in this direction. This will be during this government and during future governments. It's also ambitious in the sense that it's very ambitious targets. We want to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by as much as 70% by 2030 and zero by 2050. So these are very ambitious targets and they're legally binding. I think that's a very important point also. These are not just guidelines. This is something that we rigidly are going to pursue. Another reason why it's a very ambitious legislation is also because this cannot be done with the existing technologies. in other words, we need to invent new technologies as we go along. So we'll really be investing heavily in research and development in order to achieve these very, very ambitious targets. And it would simply mean a paradigm shift for the society. I think we will see everything changes from the way we tax our companies, the way we tax our population, the way we transport ourselves, the way we heat our houses, the way we go around, water management, etc., etc. It's simply going to transform our society to the next level. Just as a small example of that, there will be something we call a committee of green transformation that will assess every simple major, let's say, political decision in order to measure the climatical impact on these. So it's really going to go through. We want to get, while doing this, we want to make sure that we have the private sector on board. So what we've done also in Denmark is that we have established 13 partnerships representing 13 different sectors of business life in Denmark. And the idea is for them to come up with ideas or the suggestions to the government as to how we can reduce within their specific sector. So there will be one, let's say in the health sector, there would be one in construction, there would be one in agriculture, there would be one in what do I know? I mean, all sectors going around our economy, and they themselves will come up with these suggestions as to how they want to reduce. And I think this is tremendously important because, for one thing, it's very valid input to have for the political processing or decision making, but it's also very good to have because it's going to increase, let's say, the feeling of ownership to this entire process by the people who will have to live with it, who will be the citizens and the companies as such. So we want to go ahead and we want to inspire, not just fulfill our targets, but really try to inspire other countries and our partners around us. This sounds like a lot of sacrifice, and this is something we need to do and something we want to do. But to be honest, this has turned out to be very, very good business for Denmark. And I think that is a very valid point also. Today, I think it's something that between 12 and 13% of our total exports are related to products and are related to solutions in this green area. So it's something that has contributed considerably to our economy, apart from making it a lot cleaner, obviously. I think it's about 6% of our workforce in the private sector. They are occupied in let's say, businesses that are related to this green transition also. So it's good business to look this way. I think my last point here would be to Johanna was talking a lot about innovation. It's something that we're certainly also focusing on in Denmark. I would like to come up with a few examples. Some of them might be, a bit fun, but they're actually quite serious in a way. One of the newest initiatives is that Denmark has decided to build 2 energy islands. These will be artificial islands in the middle of the ocean. One of them is like 100 kilometers offshore. These will be hubs for generating or for capturing electricity in the surrounding wind farms. Today, it is as such that you have a lot of offshore wind farms, and they're all only connected to the mainland as such. Now, this hub will be able to connect all these wind farms, collect the energy, and redistribute it to other countries. So we're not just only going to enhance our own supply of energy that way around. This is actually going to enhance our exports also to the surrounding countries, who will be able to provide with clean energy and help them fulfill their targets. Another example is what we call Copenhagen. I think a lot of people have seen it because it hit let's say the world news when it was introduced about a year ago. Copenhagen Hill. It's really a waste plant in the middle of Copenhagen. To be honest, before they started refurbishing it, it was the ugliest building. It was very big. It was very ugly. It was only 1 kilometer away from the Queen's Palace. Some say that it could even be seen from the Queen's, Her Majesty the Queen's bedroom. I do not know that, but that's what they say anyway. But now we decided to do something about it. It was turned into a bioenergy power plant, the most modern and most efficient in the world, and they built a shell all over it. So today it appears like a mountain, and it's being used for mountain sports. You can ski on it, you can climb on it, etc., etc. So I think it's a fun example of how something that is ugly, you can not only make it clean, you can also make it something that would actually add to the quality of life the citizens of a city like Copenhagen. And the same can be said about the Copenhagen harbor pool also. This was one of the most industrialized areas in Copenhagen, where you would simply, back in the 70s, you would just let wastewater lead it right into the harbor of Copenhagen. It was an area that was totally abandoned. I mean, you couldn't live there, and people were fleeing away from it. Now, again, visionary politicians, courageous investors went into this, and they cleaned it all up. And today you have, it's like a public swimming pool today. Real estate has skyrocketed. So it's an example by, again, investing in something. You can not only make it cleaner, you can actually make some economy out of it also, enhancing life quality for people. And as I said, make real estate prices skyrocket in that area. That is probably one of the most interesting areas in Copenhagen today. So it's just these are just a couple of examples of innovation, how we keep on, we need to keep on innovating what we have. I think this is going to be crucial in the way going ahead if we want to clean up our societies. I think I will not say much more than this, only that we have a very fruitful cooperation with the Brazilian government, but they're mainly on the government side related to the area of health. We work with the Brazilian Ministry of Health on health IT. We work with Anvisa on their processes. We do work a lot with the Ministry of Economy about digital transformation of government services and to citizens and businesses. And we also work a lot with INPI on IPR in Brazil. So we have a very established relationship with Brazil in these areas, and we would love to see it enhanced to something that moves more into the sustainability area. So I think I'm going to leave it at this. Thank you so much.
Mais uma vez, muito obrigado, embaixador Nicolai Pretz, da Dinamarca. Como nós podemos ver, a tônica da inovação, ela está presente tanto no discurso da Dinamarca como na visão da Suécia, e o embaixador da Finlândia, senhor Jouko Leinonen, tenho certeza que vai dar sequência a essa questão da inovação, até porque o país aposta muito na chamada economia circular e tem se destacado também como um país que aposta muito na inovação para avançar no desenvolvimento e em termos econômicos. Então, por favor, embaixador Jouko.
Thank you, Ciro, and good morning to everybody.
Muito obrigado, Ciro. Bom dia a todos.
And especially to my colleagues just next door here in Brasilia. But well, this is the new way we are meeting nowadays. Thank you very much again this opportunity again to participate Scandinavian Day. I was there last year physically. Let's see how we do it virtually this year. If you don't mind, instead of broken English, I will use my broken Portuguese in my intervention. So, bom dia a todos, senhores dias e colegas embaixadores da família nórdica ou escandinava, como preferirem. E bom dia também para todo o público que está assistindo a esse evento. E muito obrigado também para a imagem corporativa. Esse portal Scandinavian Way tem nos muito ajudado para espalhar informações sobre países nórdicos. Sim, estou feliz de poder participar hoje desse evento que trata realmente dos temas muito atuais e importantes para nossas sociedades, como Ciro falou, transparência, diversidade, inovação e sustentabilidade, e realmente é muito prazer de estar ao lado dos meus colegas dos outros países nórdicos, com quais muitas vezes, como Nicolai e Johanna acabaram de mencionar, nós dividimos as posições mais altas nos rankings mundiais dessas temáticas propostas nesse evento. E acho que esse nos exige de trabalhar ainda mais forte por esses temas. Um pouco de Finlândia e Brasil. Claro, o Brasil para nós é absolutamente o maior parceiro na América Latina de todos os setores. Temos coisa que 60 empresas finlandesas instaladas aqui, com suas subsidiárias, e centenas pelas empresas parceiras locais brasileiros. E, claro, nossas relações com o Brasil começaram já há 2 séculos atrás, com compra de café e venda do papel, mas mais ou menos meio século atrás chegaram nossas empresas icônicas como Valmet, fabrica tratores e hoje tecnologias para várias indústrias. Na verdade, eles completam 60 anos esse ano no Brasil, de consultar a indústria florestal e, claro, Nokia de fabricar celulares e redes aqui no Brasil. E hoje em dia, o Brasil vira um parceiro muito importante para nossas indústrias na bioeconomia, telecomunicações, energia, mineralogia, só menciona de alguns setores. Finlândia nunca foi um grande país de capitais, mas nosso sistema de educação nos permitiu bons engenheiros e, neste modo, desenvolvimento de empresas produtoras de alta tecnologia nessas áreas que mencionei. E Brasil, para nossas empresas instaladas aqui, hoje não é mais um mercado, mas essas subsidiárias brasileiras são parte importante de cadeias de valor e logística dessas empresas de origem finlandesas, e subsidiárias brasileiras têm um papel muito importante de desenvolvimento de tecnologias e serviços para clientes mais sofisticados. Eu vou aqui na minha palestra focar um pouco mais para a sustentabilidade e economia circular, que tem um pouco virado logomarca da Finlândia e outros países escandinavos. Vocês podem perguntar por que muitas indústrias nos países nórdicos, como na Finlândia, muitas vezes são bastante eficientes no uso de energia, não poluentes, usando matérias-primas sem criar resíduos, trabalhando realmente de acordo com os princípios da economia circular. E minha primeira explicação, especialmente no caso da Finlândia, mas também nos outros países nórdicos, é que o clima ártico e invernos muito rígidos não nos deram nenhuma opção de desperdiçar nada. Por exemplo, desperdiçar energia não é uma opção lá no norte. Se sua casa não estiver muito bem isolada, você perderá todo o seu dinheiro e calor em poucas horas. As temperaturas são muito baixas mesmo. Outra explicação é que nós começamos muito cedo. Por exemplo, nosso primeiro código florestal na Finlândia é de 1886. Não de 1986, mas de 1886. Exemplos mais recentes são estratégia de bioeconomia, já de 2014, estratégia de energia-clima 2016, e tem como uma mais importante, talvez, nessa esfera, Plano Nacional de Economia Circular, já 2016, e muitos outros. Não? Para a Finlândia, a economia circular é uma ferramenta para alcançar esse desenvolvimento sustentável que falamos muito, mas também combater as mudanças climáticas e economizar recursos naturais e melhorar o estado do meio ambiente, enquanto gera crescimento econômico e empregos, como o Nikolai acabou de dizer. E a Finlândia foi, na verdade, o primeiro país do mundo de criar um roteiro nacional para a economia circular, justamente para realizar todas essas metas, não só falar, mas para realizar. Lá tem claras metas para alcançar nossos objetivos. Uma meta do governo finlandês desse roteiro nacional é tornar a Finlândia líder mundial na economia circular até 2025. E essa mentalidade enfatiza o papel do Estado em facilitar uma plataforma de crescimento progressivo que seja favorável ao mercado interno e às empresas. E, por outro lado, também uma empresa forte com orientação para a exportação e tecnologia, combinada com a busca de soluções abrangentes e cooperação, cobrindo toda a cadeia de valor. Então, uma economia circular não está sendo criada apenas como um mercado doméstico. As vastas oportunidades apresentadas pelo mercado global são o núcleo da visão de longo prazo desse roteiro. Só para dizer alguns números, segundo estimativas, a economia circular pode contribuir com valor agregado anual pelo menos 3 bilhões de euros para a economia finlandesa até 2030. E Finlândia é um país só de 5,5 milhões de habitantes. Imagine as possibilidades no Brasil, mais de 100 bilhões por ano, com certeza. Além dessas iniciativas nacionais, a Finlândia também está desenvolvendo a economia circular globalmente. O Fórum Mundial da Economia Circular é uma iniciativa de Sitra, o Fundo Finlandês de Inovação, e apresenta as melhores soluções de economia circular e reúne ano depois anos importantes pensadores e realizadores de todo o mundo. Já foi organizado em Yokohama, Japão, em 2018, e em junho de 2019, de novo em Helsinki, tinha também participação do Brasil, e em setembro desse ano, 2020, o evento, bem entendido, naturalmente ocorreu de forma virtual de Helsinki e teve uma ampla participação brasileira. A Federação das Indústrias do Estado de São Paulo, Fiesp, e Senai de São Paulo participaram em uma sessão paralela dessa versão mundial, e tendo por objetivo discutir os drivers e desafios da economia circular aqui na América Latina. Juntamente com outros países europeus, nós na Finlândia nós estamos ao lado muito ambicioso enquanto definimos os nossos objetivos para o futuro, porque nós acreditamos sinceramente que forçando as nossas empresas à primeira linha do desenvolvimento no nível nacional, há boas hipóteses de eles se tornarem campeãs em nível mundial também. Então, um bom negócio para nossas empresas. Por exemplo, quando nosso objetivo na Europa é tornar nosso continente neutro em carbono em 2050, nosso objetivo nacional na Finlândia é ser neutro em CO2 já em 2035. E, claro, logo após diminuir o carbono da atmosfera, e desta forma ser a primeira sociedade de bem-estar a ser livre de fontes fósseis. Achamos que ser ambiciosa nos ajuda. Um pouco resumindo, para a Finlândia, a economia circular realmente é um elemento-chave de nossa transição para a sociedade neutra de carbono e baseada em sustentabilidade. E nosso programa de governo coloca a economia circular no centro de nossas políticas econômicas, e não só isso, mas de competitividade que nós sempre procuramos. Essas metas abordam e impulsionam investimentos verdes, parcerias e inovações, e eles também têm o potencial de criar novos empregos e renda, que sempre procuramos. Acho que estou mais ou menos de final agora, e para finalizar, gostaria só de constatar que será muito bom de ver ainda mais cooperação entre Brasil, Finlândia e outros países nórdicos nesses temas que são importantes e fundamentais, e com impacto social e ambiental muito positivo. Acho que vou parar aqui e dizer que estou muito entusiasmada com a economia circular e seu conceito e as oportunidades que se pode dar para nós aqui no Brasil e na Finlândia e nos países nórdicos. E espero que este webinar realmente seja uma daquelas ocasiões em que novas ideias sejam tomadas, compreendidas e tornadas realidade. Muito obrigado pela sua atenção.
Obrigado, embaixador Jouko Leinonen, da Finlândia. Interessante que, depoimento atrás de depoimento, é possível ver uma unidade, uma visão integrada da região. Não é coincidência que a região tem o Nordic Council of Ministers, que é uma maneira de trabalhar olhando o futuro de uma maneira ampla e integrada. E vamos ter um representante também durante o Scandinavian Day, um representante do Nordic Council of Ministers em outro painel. E eu passo a palavra agora ao embaixador da Noruega, senhor Nils Martin Gunning, que tem também uma abordagem sobre a questão ambiental, desenvolvimento sustentável bastante conhecida, tem se manifestado até publicamente em alguns momentos sobre essa questão, sobre a questão da Amazônia, e tem sido uma voz privilegiada aqui em compartilhar informações, jogando luz sobre o tema ambiental e do desenvolvimento sustentável no Brasil. Por favor, embaixador Nils.
Thank you so much, Ciro, and thank you for this opportunity. I think I've decided that I'm going to talk more about Norway than Brazil this time. And I'm going to talk a little bit about our history and how we became very engaged in environmental issues. Why is this important for us? And that has to do with our own industry. Traditionally, Norway is a coastal country. We have a coastline of 7,000 kilometers. It's huge. And there's fish all over. So one of the main industries in Norway from old times, from Viking times and until today, has been fishing. But as the population grew, and as we were able to develop new techniques, we started to overfish. So in the 70s, there was a very, very good herring fisheries in Norway. Loads of boats were produced, loads of people started to be able to catch more and more fish, and at a certain point, we almost extinguished the stock of herring. So we were kind of this far from destroying our own means of production because we weren't able to take care of the stock of fish. So at the end of the day, the business and the government and the scientists had to come together in order to save that industry that was really important for Norway. And we managed, but not well enough to really learn of our mistakes, because in the late 80s, we almost did the same thing again, this time with cod, with bacalhau, where again, technology developed and we were able to catch huge amounts of fish with very efficient fishing vessels. And we started to really threaten the stock of fish. And again, this had an added complication, and that's that most of that fish was not in Norwegian waters, but in waters that we shared with Russia and with Iceland. So somehow we had to sit down and we had to figure out a way internationally to cooperate and find a way to save that stock of fish. That meant a lot for Norwegian business along the coast. It was difficult, but we managed. So what did we learn from this? Well, we learned one important thing, and that's in order for us to do a good resource management of a resource that is extremely important for us. Today, Norway exports fish, both from catching it in the sea and from aquaculture, for $10 billion per year. This is a large industry in Norway. We earn a lot of money from this. So in order to be able to continue to do that for all future, we had to sit down around the table with the business people, with the scientists that were starting to understand how nature works and how the ecosystems in the oceans actually work. And also, of course, the government that had to have a role in order to give directions for the quotas. How much can you fish every year? And it was just when all these three groups actually managed to sit around the same table and talk to each other and find a way forward that we managed to save that industry in Norway. And at the same time, managed to do something very important for the marine environment outside our coasts. So we understand through our own mistakes and our own lessons that it's very expensive to ignore the enormous economic benefits of biodiversity and to ignore the complexity of the ecosystems. Today, when we look at our natural resources, we look at the whole ecosystems that has to be in place, and we look at how these ecosystems interact with the social systems. Human beings have a place in this as well, and human beings have a right to development, a right to prosperity, a right to economic growth. And it's our lesson is that it is through cooperation, through these three important parts of society, that we are able to manage resources in a way that we can ensure those resources and make sure that they are available for our grandchildren and for generations to come. And that's the background why we were so enthusiastic about the idea of the Amazon Fund when that came along from Brazil some 10, 11 years ago, because it fits so nicely into our own experiences and could perhaps be one little contribution for others not to do the same mistakes that we did. Norway is a big oil producer. So in a sense, we're part of the problem, right? And we have to apply the same logic to our oil industry as we did to our fishery industry. So right now there is a transition going on that is quite encompassing in Norway. In order to start the transition from a carbon-based economy to a renewable energy-based economy. And we take inspiration from other Nordic countries in this process as well. The Danes have always been very good at wind energy, and in the last 10 years, Norwegian engineers have tried to use their knowledge of offshore oil production in order to start to produce efficient offshore windmills together with the knowledge from other Nordic countries. We've also started to change the way we transport ourselves in Norway. So today, almost 60% of all new cars that are sold in Norway are purely electric. So in a sense, we're starting to eliminate the market for our own product, right? We are encouraging the shift from petroleum in transport to the use of electricity, and we do it through government subsidies, through scientific research, and through cooperation with business, exactly the same way as we did with fisheries. So I think that was a little bit the story that I wanted to tell. The reason why Norway is so engaged in environment issues is because we've done some serious mistakes. Hopefully we learned a little bit from it. And we are in a position where we are able to support good ideas in other countries, and we will continue to do so. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ambassador Niels. And it's very interesting because we have heard 4 stories that, in a way or another, they are quite similar. Countries that have faced in the past deep challenges and did succeed in moving forward, in being innovative. And when we mention the whole Nordic ecosystem, some people here in Brazil, they say, but for them it's very easy because they are fewer people, smaller territories. So for them, it's very easy to be rich countries. And my vision is, and I share this comment with you, and I want to hear from you about that. My view is that, as some of you have said, your countries were not rich in the past. So you had to struggle with sensitive situations in order to succeed. So if you have to share some learnings for Brazil in terms on what to do first in order to overcome the present difficulties, what would you suggest, starting with Ambassador Johanna?
Oh, thank you very much. I think you were very right. The Nordic countries, at the turn of the last century, the situation was not very good at all. People were starving, people were dying. We had among the lowest development indexes in Europe. And then we suffered through the First and the Second World Wars, especially not Sweden that much, but we are surrounded by Denmark, Norway, and Finland, who all suffered greatly from the Second World War, which also kept us back. But I would say that the key to comeback, and I think this is true for all of us, is education. Resources on good quality education, start with basic education, and then moving up to university education, which in all our 4 countries, or 5 countries actually, is free and accessible to all. And that has been a key to developing society. I think another key is gender equality. That has also played a great role in getting more talented people out on the labor market, because women are the same qualities intellectually as men, as we know, and to keep half of the population out of the labor market, out of research and innovation, and out of the economy doesn't make economic sense for a country. So I think those 2 factors are the keys to development.
Okay, I want to hear some more takeaways from ambassadors of Finland and Denmark and Norway. What Brazil should do first? You mentioned that you work together, so consensus is important as well. We do not have a consensus in Brazil in almost any topic. So, but what kind of takeaways you would give us in that direction?
If I may, I completely have to agree with Johanna that education is just vital. I mean, that is how we, let's say, manage to move from one stage to the other, so to speak. I think it's really, really crucial. And you're totally right. I mean, we used to be poor countries. I mean, if you take a little bit more than 100 years ago, I think 1/10 of the Danish population left Denmark. They became immigrants simply because they were pursuing better horizons. So that was where we were. So it's not, you know, we haven't always been where we are now, just to put it very clearly. And I also think that, you know, being a big country should not be an excuse for not trying. I think that's a very vital point also. You mentioned this thing about engaging society, about consensus. I don't know, if I look at Brazil, I mean, when you talk about sustainability, I really see encouraging things going on also. I mean, my dialogue with the business sector, with the financial sector, a lot of people also, they want to move in this direction. So I'm not sure that this is not, I think there are really good forces in Brazil that wants to move in this direction. So I don't really buy the argument that it's something far-fetched that you're somewhere else. I think they are pretty much following the same trends as we see in Europe to a wide extent. And then seek international cooperation. I think we're good examples. We've all been reaching out today, not just today, but we are reaching out through the cooperation we already have established with Brazil. In our sake, as I said, in our case, as I said, we work a lot in the area of health. We work a lot in the area of digital government. And the reason behind this is because, let's say digital government, we started this 15 years ago. We've gone very far. We're the most digitalized economy today. But what you don't know is that the amount of mistakes we made in the process, it's amazing. And what you can do is you can leapfrog here. I mean, you can learn from our mistakes. So in that way, you can get to this end goal much faster than we could. And this is the beauty of international cooperation and the beauty about partnerships which we all have with Brazil, is that you can really learn from us, and that way cut some corners, and that way get to where you want to be faster than we were able to do. So I think international cooperation for me would be a very important thing. Also, we don't all need to invent the wheel again. You know, we're here to share our experiences, both the good ones and the bad ones, obviously.
Okay, we still have 5 minutes to go, so I want to hear from Mr. Yoko and Mr. Niels about their takeaways on those last few minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ciro. So if I start, I think Johanna put it very nicely that education really has been the base of, I think, the rise of Nordic societies. Really, we were still, I wouldn't say 100 years ago, but just 50 years ago, I think Finland and maybe Norway, and we were really poor countries in the European context. But then there was this really steady investment on education, and I think Finnish education has got some notoriety about this thing. I think one secret is no secret. We left the decisions in education to professionals, so it was all science-based, and we kind of trusted our professors to develop our schooling system. And yes, the gender equality, of course, it's very important. I mean, I was describing that we never have the luxury of dispersing resources in Nordic countries because it's too cold. We just can't do it. But the same thing has been with gender equality. We were never in that position that we could leave our women to take care of children at home. The men and women were always doing very heavy agricultural works and things like that together. So I think this, and they say because we were so few in all our countries. I mean, we have vast areas, but we are not that many. Huh? But I would add the third point also, the environmental consciousness. I think in most of the Nordic countries we have forests everywhere, and it's just next door to all of your all people's homes, so they are really important to us. And I mean, be it private forest or a government forest, people know that they actually behind the wealth of our societies. Can you imagine in a country of Finland, for example, we are just 5 million. There are 500,000 people who are forest owners. And this makes that everybody entering the forest knows the value. We have this right to enter any place in Finland. I think other Nordic countries also, you don't have to ask permission. But nobody would even think about, cutting a tree or something like that, because we know that's money and somebody's wealth. I mean, I think this environmental consciousness in all of us has helped us also a lot developing our societies. And now, like we described, it's also giving us good business opportunities. I think this experience we want to share with Brazil more in future even. Thank you.
Thank you. And now Mr. Niels Gunen for his final remarks on the topic.
Thank you, Ciro. I won't repeat what my colleagues have said, but I agree on all that they have said. One thing that strikes me is also how government sees its role. Because I think that in the Nordic countries, governments, they govern through dialogue. So I think it has been a very important lesson for us to listen to science and to listen to business. So if you have a look at how Nordic countries have structured their dialogue with the rest of society, you will find that that is a very important point. And that government that doesn't listen and doesn't take advice won't survive the next election. So this is also, I think, a valid point and has something to say about why we are able to develop our countries, because we do it through dialogue and through listening and have respect for other people's opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gunning. I think we couldn't finish this panel with a better advice, such the dialogue, the need of dialogue, the need of understanding in order to move forward. And I think that we all agree that without this search for consensus, our way will be harder. And so we are just in time. I want to thank you all. I want to thank the ambassador of Denmark, Nikolai Pritz, the ambassador of Finland, Jouko Leinonen, the ambassador of Norway, Niels Martin Gunen, and the ambassador of Sweden, Johanna Brismark Skog. I hope the pronunciation of all these family names are right. And I do appreciate your time, and I'm sure that everybody who is watching us has had the opportunity to learn some very good information about the region. Thank you all. And for people who are watching us, we will make a short break of 15 minutes and we will be back for the next panel. So stay tuned, and thank you all ambassadors again. Bom dia a todos, meu nome é Ciro Dias Reis, sou presidente da Imagem Corporativa, empresa que organiza o Scandinavian Day. Nesse segundo painel, nós tivemos agora no primeiro painel os embaixadores de Suécia, Noruega, Dinamarca e Finlândia, e nesse segundo painel nós vamos discutir imprensa, comunicação corporativa e proteção de dados, novas tecnologias e como essas novas tecnologias estão cada vez mais presentes em todos os processos de comunicação. E nós temos conosco a Fanny Froman, que é uma jovem jornalista responsável por uma publicação dedicada a crianças e jovens, e que vai explicar as razões pelas quais, além de uma publicação digital, ela também começou a fazer essa mesma publicação em papel, então um jornal físico, o que é uma coisa surpreendente até. A Jamile Hamidet, que é uma advogada brasileira radicada há mais de 6 anos em Helsinki, na Finlândia, e que fundou uma empresa com foco em data protection, data privacy, especializada em novas tecnologias, inclusive blockchain, é uma estudiosa nesse campo. E o Henning Sverdrup, que é um profissional de comunicação corporativa baseado em Oslo, na Noruega, e a razão pela qual estão os três aqui é que vamos discutir os diferentes aspectos da comunicação, seja na imprensa, na comunicação das empresas com a sociedade, e as tecnologias e os cuidados que os processos de comunicação hoje merecem em função de todos os riscos que sabemos que os processos de comunicação embedam ou têm nesse momento. So, after a short presentation in Portuguese, I want to introduce you our first panelist, Fanny Froman. She runs a digital publication and our publication in paper as well. Lasten Judsen, sorry for the wrong pronunciation in Finnish. And she will talk about this interesting project, a publication, journalism, dedicated to young people. So I'll start with you, Fanny. Welcome.
Thank you. So do I have 15 minutes now or how do we work?
Yep.
Great. So hello, everyone. My name is Fanny Froman, and I work as a journalist for Helsingin Sanomat, that is the biggest newspaper in Finland. Almost 5 years ago, in March 2016, we decided that we want to do something for children as well. Since, first of all, we believe that children also should have the right to know what happens in the world. That is especially important actually this week, because on Friday we are celebrating the Children's Rights Convention. So the idea started from something like that we want to do something for children's rights in Finland. And second of all, we realized that if we don't do anything for children, in 10 to 20 years, we probably have no readers anymore, because the children don't know where their parents read their news, since they are just looking at their phones and not reading an actual newspaper like in the old days. So we realized that we have to teach them already when they are young where to go to look after news. So before that, there were really no news for children in Finland, but we decided that we want to do that. So first we launched a website on the Helsingin Sanomat page and added 3 pages for children in our newspaper every Friday. And then also because the corporation that Helsingin Sanomat is a part of, Sanoma Corporation, happens to own a TV channel, which is called Nelonen, number 4. So we also launched a TV broadcast for children, which is actually filmed in this space where I am right now. And for almost 4 years, we did that pretty successfully. Especially the broadcast got very popular in schools because they can watch it for free from YouTube and from our webpage. And we realized that we want to do something more for children. We were happy with our digital channels, but we wanted to do something more. So we started to think like, what else is there? We could, of course, do more on Snapchat or Instagram or YouTube or anywhere, but we wanted to do something different that could actually also bring some more money to the company. So we decided to go back all the way to where Helsingin Sanomat started 200 years ago. So we decided to launch a newspaper in print for children, which probably might sound that we are really stupid in some way because it's so old school, but we launched in August and it has actually been a great success, at least until now. We have sold 20,000 subscriptions, which is a lot in a small country like Finland, where we have only 5 million people. And it seems that the children also like the actual newspaper that is on paper in print, because in children's worlds, everything is already digital. So it's actually kind of exclusive and special when it's a printed version. And of course, the parents are also really happy that we provide the children something else than screen time. So I have to say that I wasn't, from the beginning, I was a bit suspicious about the idea to launch an old school newspaper, but it has been a great success. And there are also some examples from other Nordic countries, for example, Norway, that have already done the same thing as we, and it seems that it actually works. But yes, so I think I should tell you a bit more about what the newspaper actually contains, and also the same stuff applies for our other digital channel news. So it's actually news, even though it's for children. The name Lastenuutiset means children's news. So it's actually news and not just like some fun reading for children. So we use a lot of the material we already have for our main newspaper, the adult newspaper Helsingin Sanomat, and just try to explain it in an easy language and remember to explain all the words and make it easy to understand. But in addition to that, we also produce a lot of material for the children. That is, like, we try to find topics that actually are very interesting for the children, and also topics where the children actually do something, so that we can show that children have an important part in the society. They can do important stuff, or we can interview the children to show that they also have valuable opinions. So we try to make a newspaper about the world, but for children. Of course, sometimes we have to be a bit careful with really scary topics, but we believe that you can tell children everything if you just do it in the right way, so that they don't get more scared than they would be without reading the news, because usually they already know about terrorism or corona anyway. They have heard it maybe from a friend, so it's actually better to tell them what actually happened instead of leave them relying on rumors. So we try to incorporate the children in the news as much as possible. We also have a lot of children who are trying journalism through us. So we have the children doing interviews. We have had children interviewing the Prime Minister, for example, and those kinds of pieces have been really popular both for adults and children readers. And also we try to do a lot of collaborations in the newspaper, since Helsingin Sanomat happens to be a part of Sanoma Corporation, which is the biggest media corporation in Finland. So we can use the TV stuff. We have, for example, Donald Duck on our pages because Sanoma publishes Donald Duck in Finland. And then our corporation also produces learning materials. So we have been able to use learning materials for schools in our newspaper. And well, we have done this for just a couple of months, but so far it has worked really well. And the newscast has been super popular in schools already for many years. Earlier, we had the problem with the platform. So when everything was online on the adult page, it was hard to get the children there. But now when we have the newspaper that is for children and also a YouTube channel, it has been growing really, really fast. And it seems there is a clear demand for that, because before Corona, there was like every week we had schools visiting our offices, and the children were like, they seemed that they had gone crazy and just said that they love news and they want to know everything about the news, which is something that I think is not something that you would think that children would say. So it seems that they have been really excited about the news. And also during the last few years, we have gotten some new competitors. So other newspaper and magazine publishers have started their own magazines for children. And also our public service company launched their broadcasts for children in autumn 2020. So it seems that there is a growing demand for news for children in Finland, but we are happy that we actually could be the first one to do this.
Okay, thank you, Fanny. And I will pass the floor to Jamil Hamidet now, a Brazilian lawyer based in Helsinki. And in times of discussions on data protection and the European legislations, the General Data Protection Regulation, which inspires the Brazilian legislation of data protection, by the way. This is the reality. Societies are concerned about data protection more and more. We see that criminal initiatives, criminals are working hard in order to take advantage of those new technologies, and of course, societies are trying to protect themselves of those hackers and criminal initiatives. So Jamil will talk to us about data protection and privacy in this global environment and what she is doing. She has been focused on those new technologies and blockchains. So Jamil, it's on you.
Thank you, Ciro. I loved Fanny's presentation because she brings so many provoking questions for us, because I am from Brazil and we see Finland as such a technologically advanced country that it might seem a bit counterintuitive even to see that they are doing a newspaper in actual paper again. So they are becoming old school somehow. And I think at first sight that might not make a whole lot of sense, but if we really think about it, it's brilliant, because I think it shows something very important that sometimes we forget, which is technology never exists in a vacuum, right? Technology is always a part of society and is always inspired by the values from that society. So to really be specific on a topic of our panel, which is press and transparency, I think that we can use the example of misinformation to really explain how this goes. Because I do see that there are levels that societies are dealing with technology and education and misinformation. And I really think that we should talk about it, right? So the first one is when a country doesn't even acknowledge that there is such a problem as misinformation or fake news. In that case, we can't do much about it. But then for the second level, which is when we see the countries are starting to acknowledge that there is a problem, they start to act. And a lot of the solutions, they go through technology. So if you take, for example, the US election that just happened and in some ways is still happening, right? So platforms like Twitter and Facebook have finally decided to act to fight this misinformation. So a couple of days after the election, after the polls closed, you already had people claiming that this candidate or that candidate had won. And then Twitter was showing the warnings. When this message was published, the official results had not been decided yet, had not been published yet. So this information that you're seeing might not be accurate. And that made a huge difference. That was actually very nice to see. People were hoping that Twitter and Facebook would have a position for quite some time. So that was welcomed by many people, even though some people said that it was censorship and it was not valid. But then that's another discussion. Another example, I think, is with blockchain technology, which is a technology that I work with. I don't want to get so much into the technical part of this, but just to summarize it very, very briefly. Blockchain is a new way to deal with information. It's basically a database, but it has some key differences. The main one being that you can add information to blockchain, but you can never modify it afterwards. You cannot delete it. So once it's there, it's immutable, it's forever. Besides that, a blockchain is very difficult to hack. It is decentralized, but even then, there's only one version of a blockchain. So everyone, all of the computers in the network, they agree with that truth. And we had a very curious case in Brazil also during the elections, that a presidential candidate back in 2018 decided to register his government plan on a blockchain to fight fake news. So every time someone would say, oh, this candidate has in his government plan that he's going to do this or that, he could always refer back to when he registered and say, no, here's proof that I did not say that, or that I said that. And that's one use, for example, of blockchain to fight fake news. And I think people have a lot of hope in technology to fight misinformation, to make societies better. But I think that there's one thing that we really have to pay attention to, which is the fact that most of the solutions we have right now, they are emergency fixes. If we really want to get down to, for example, the origins of misinformation, or how to have information that is more trusted, how to have a better press, how to have more transparency, we can't rely just on technology, right? So when we are in the second level, the countries that organizations are acknowledging that we do have a problem with the information that we consume, with the media that we have, with the press that we have, we can have solutions that rely on quick fixes of technology, but that is not enough, which is why I think we have to go to a third level. And that's where I think Fanny's project, for example, can really show us the way. Because when we go to this third level and we realize that technology by itself will not solve all the problems, we have to think a little bit further. We have to think, for example, about how education has a role to play. Because if I have a technology that guarantees that information cannot be changed, such as blockchain, or have some sort of artificial technology that is filtering the news and putting warnings that things might not be the whole truth, I am still having things at a very high level. I still have organizations making the decisions for us, be them companies or governments. Blockchain can be a little bit more democratic than that. but still, we need things that are empowering citizens more, right? So just technology can only get us so far. To have an actual democratic society with the type of press that we want, with the type of free information that we want, we need a lot more. And I think that Finland has so much to show for that, because for decades now, Finland has decided to invest both on technology and education. So one thing that surprised me a lot here in Finland is to see many people talking about something called media literacy. If you think about it, literacy, yes, you know how to read, but most of us are not actually educated to learn how to search for things online, or when we receive some information, to check if that makes any sense. Oh, is this source reliable? In the case of Finland, we only have a handful of newspapers, which are not very polarized, so people trust them. So I know that if I open Helsinki Sanomat, I can trust what is there, but I could probably not trust something that a random person sent me on WhatsApp. That might seem obvious, especially to our generation, since we are, born with the internet pretty much. For older people, not at all. For young people, they don't have the experience. They haven't lived enough. So we really have to work on this. How do we empower people to get better information? And that is education and technology. And honestly, for anyone working with that, I think Finland is one of the best places in the world to be. And I think Brazil has so much that we can learn from the Scandinavian countries, from Finland in particular, which is the one that I know the most, because ultimately each country will have to make its own choice. Will have to decide where it wants to go with regards to information, especially because in our world nowadays, information is everything. If you have a very good campaign of misinformation in the elections, you can change the course of a whole country, just like that. Since so much of our lives now is digital, everything is information online. We have to have people that are better prepared to deal with it. Otherwise, the risks are just so high. I think sometimes we see a lot of the opportunity that comes with these technologies, and we don't pay enough attention to the risks and to the responsibility that we have. Because nothing about technology is neutral. People tend to think that because computers are something with ones and zeros, that there is this air of neutrality around it, that it is just something given by nature. It isn't. Software is always developed, and it is always developed, at least now, by humans, for other humans. So I love that we get to have a conversation like this, especially a conversation that involves people from different countries, and we can share the experiences and we can try to learn from each other. How can we do better? How can we build better? And how can we minimize risks? I'm gonna, I think Henning has a lot of interesting things to say about the corporate part of it. And then we can maybe go a little into the potential risks. For example, if we are not using this technology the best way possible, and we are not empowering people enough. And I think that this kind of concludes my part for now. Ciro.
Thank you, Jamil. Interesting to see the connected concerns, how to make children well-informed, how to control the whole process of information, and thinking about the role of the technology, and now we will be hearing from Henning on responsibilities of people like ourselves, you and myself, PR professionals. We are in charge of building bridges from companies and organizations in general towards the society, towards the consumers, the clients. So now it's time for Henning to make some comments on how to make the right how to build the right process of communication for companies and organizations in this upside down world.
Okay, thank you, Ciro. I'm Henning. I'm an agency owner. Been working with communications for 15 years. I thoroughly enjoyed Fanny's and Jamil's presentations. It's such an interesting world we're living in, and I think for all of us working within communications from one end of the scale to the other, what a great time to be involved in communications. So I will be speaking from a Norwegian perspective and share some thoughts and insights on transparency, trust, and some experiences from representing big companies in the Nordic area, the Scandinavian area. Just a bit of a background to help you get started, because transparency is such a key component in terms of building trust in the Nordics. And I'm a resident of Norway. It's a small part of the world, only 5.5 million people, and the Nordics is approximately 25 million people. So it's a small part of the world. So if we just gently skip the part where we were Vikings and we were like doing bad stuff all around Europe and jump to the mid-60s, I would say Norway as a nation, and this is key to understanding the importance of transparency in our society. I think we were below the average GDP in Europe. So before we found oil, we weren't a poor nation, but we were below average in Europe. We were farmers and fishermen, and we knew what the neighbor was doing, and that felt comfortable. If he was out with his boat or he was plowing his farm, I mean, we knew. Also important in terms of giving some context here is Norway has never really had any aristocracy. We've been under the Swedish and Danish crown for 400 years. So all the people with power and wealth, also institutions like universities, they were located in Sweden and Denmark. So to just give some context in terms of transparency and where we're coming from, Norway has always questioned authorities. And this is important to know. I mean, if you're doing business in the Nordics, or if you're doing business with Nordic companies, I think it's important to know that we have a critical mind, and we do have a sense of liking the facts rather than being charmed by big personalities, authorities, or wealth and power. In terms of reliability and credibility, which for us as communicators are factors that build trust, none of those are granted automatically to people or companies that are in leading positions. I mean, you have to earn trust in our region, and you have to accept that people will question and doubt what you're saying, regardless of who you are or what you have achieved. I mean, I've been working with Google for 6 years, representing also Netflix, and our companies representing Facebook, the global big companies that are currently changing the world in many aspects. And this is really true. I mean, regardless of what they have achieved or what they're doing, the press, luckily, in the Nordic countries will question what you're doing, and they will do it in a great way. So it's not enough with high-level messaging and great soundbite if you're going to access the Nordic community in Norway. You have to document what you're saying, and your statements have to be full of facts and insights. And to exemplify our critical mentality, I mean, in Norway last week, there was a national study done that showed that 4 out of 10 Norwegians will be reluctant to have the COVID vaccine when that's available in the market. 4 out of 10. And we're in the midst of a pandemic. And that's quite a significant number. I mean, it shows our critical mind. And I think when these vaccines get through the approval process, that will change it. But as of now, I mean, you don't automatically trust the authorities. You don't automatically trust the companies behind these vaccines. You need to see the proof and the scientific method applied to make sure it's safe and important to have. So we're very much fact-focused in the Nordics. Some insights and facts around transparency and trust in terms of public institutions. The European Social Study conducted a few years ago shows that Norwegians and Nordic countries have a higher trust in public institutions than most other European countries. For instance, and interesting enough, the most trusted institution in the Nordic is the police, and that's on the rise as well. The trust in the police is actually higher in Finland and Denmark than in Norway. And also an interesting fact is that the national police in Norway has been doing documentaries and being open and transparent about what they're doing to a whole different level the last few years than earlier decades. Also, interesting enough, I think the youngest people, the ones below 18, are the ones that trust the institutions the most. And as we grow older, the decline in trust is obvious. In terms of the media landscape in Norway, there's a high level of trust in the media. I think the last survey I saw was around 70%, which is quite high compared to other regions in the world where it's below 50%. So the media has an important part to play in terms of fact-checking and securing relevant information to all of us. And as communicators, we're a big part of this, representing companies, governmental bodies and private organizations. We have an obligation to help bring facts to the public. In terms of media landscape, I think looking back, most Norwegian media are politically neutral. Historically, we've had some left-wing media, which was based on the labor movement. But most media in the Nordics are perceived to be neutral politically. We have some examples the last few years of more right-wing type of media entering the market in Norwegian, funded by financial investors. And it's quite obvious that they're right-wing based on how they report news stories. But on the whole, I would say the media landscape in Norway, and I would say my experience, the rest of the Scandinavian countries, Nordic countries, it's a great representative unit of media. As a business, I mean, working on the Norwegian market and with Norwegian partners, transparency is key to gaining trust, both in B2B and B2C. Are you talking to partners and political bodies? Or are you talking to consumers? I mean, transparency is vital. And I would say it's not a competitive advantage in our region. I would say it's a hygiene factor. It's something that gives you a ticket, that gives you a right to play with the other kids in the playground. And I've had the enjoyment of looking at what kind of transparency expectations do we have in Norway, I mean, and the Nordic. Financial transparency is obviously something that builds trust. And it's something that we do expect. In Norway, we're used to having financial transparency because when I was growing up, I mean, everybody, it's public information what you earn and what you pay in tax. Everybody knows. So you can gain access to what your neighbor is earning, what your friends are earning, everything is public. And we do have that expectancy also in terms of corporations. And it brings some challenges to us because everything is open. But when you have global organizations entering the local market, they don't have the same policies. It creates conflicts. It raises important questions and it challenges both us and them in a way that's quite interesting. Also, in terms of businesses, we expect them to be ESG compliant, meaning we expect them to not only be sustainable and take care of their people, but also having a solid corporate governance model. And some examples of this where businesses are in conflict with these expectations related to transparency, I would say the clothes manufacturer H&M, which I believe most of you know, we expect them to have full control of all their vendors, their whole product chain meaning fair work conditions, no use of child labor, and that what they're doing and the way they're working is friendly to the environment. A couple of years back, an organization called the Human Rights Watch, they uncovered that H&M was using child labor in Cambodia and breaking the law, basically. And it resulted in a long series of articles, campaigns, and media pressure. And when H&M sorted the problem out, or allegedly sorted the problem out at least, we also have a tendency to forgive and move on as consumers, which is also an interesting thing. So in terms of working in the Nordics and the Scandinavian markets, I think you need to be aware that you will be questioned. The media will have a critical view on what you're doing, and you need to be prepared to answer questions and share information. Also, some other examples here. Big companies moving into the Nordics and not meeting our standards in terms of HR and sustainability tends to get a hard time. Ryanair is another example. They've been facing heavy criticism for not having fair work conditions for their staff. And only a few months back, Hungarian airline Wizz Air entered the Norwegian market with some commercial airlines. It surfaced information that they refused their employees to be part of workers' unions, which raised a huge debate, also ending up in Parliament, where the leader of the Labour Party asked the Prime Minister if she was going to use this airline who is not supportive of workers' right to organize themselves. And she went on the record saying that she will not use the product. Needless to say, it creates a difficult launch when leading politicians and the Prime Minister goes out and says they will not use your product. So being aware of what kind of standards we expect and seeing how do our policies harmonize with this market might be a good way to start. Lastly, during the COVID, our own cruise line company, Hurtigruten, who operates along the Norwegian coast, were accused of not only having horrible work conditions for their workers from the Philippines, they were also accused of making decisions that were more focused on creating profits than maintaining health and safety for their workers and for the general citizens. They've been on a heavy fire for a long time, and it just shows that you need to be in line with expectations related to transparency and ESG. As an agency, we work with Google, Facebook, and Netflix, as mentioned. We've clients, banks and dairy producers and such. And what we do see is they all come under the same critical eye of the media. They all have the same critical questions asked. And as an agency, I mean, we encourage all our clients to be open and to exchange information and to be available. And also, when we ask difficult questions, I always say to my client that you should be as available in these media crisis situations as you are when you're trying to push a proactive story out in the news. And the reason for this is quite clear. First of all, it builds trust between you and the journalists and the media. And trust is a difficult currency to get hold of. And also, if you do make mistakes, or if your business has done something that's not compliant with ESG, for example, own it and be straightforward. Be available to make comments and be prepared. I think one thing that has, funnily enough, inspired us a bit was in terms of our own policies when we work with media crisis situations for our clients is Lanny Davis, the former spokesperson for Bill Clinton. He was managing the Monica Lewinsky scandal a couple of years back. He released a book with a title that we have found terribly inspiring, and we use it all the time. And that's Tell It Early, Tell It All, and Tell It Yourself. And that's a good model for surviving and getting through a media crisis in the Nordic countries, I think. The alternative to doing that, the alternative to being proactive, open, and forthcoming is to give as little information as possible, hoping that the negative story will pass. But the result is more often that you're being chased, and there's a series of articles, and the damage to your reputation is much higher than if you owned the situation in the first place and took responsibility for the situation you were in. also in terms of working with multinational companies, saying no comment or refusing to give statements or pointing out to company policy will not get you off the hook in the Nordics. You will need to document why this information is not available to the public, why it's sensitive, and why it shouldn't end up in the hands of competitors. The public needs to understand why this information is confidential, and you need to explain that to us. So the logic is you will not get away with saying no comment, and there's no place to hide really, because we're looking for answers. Also, I think PR is about building and nurturing relationships. I think owning up to your mistakes is the only way to progress and move forward. And there's a saying, show your weaknesses and be rewarded. Well, it's most often truth, but I mean, it's also depending on what kind of accusations you're facing. It's not always easy to forgive and move on. But the small media markets, the few media outlets that we have in the Nordic markets, create some dynamics that you don't have in the bigger markets. We don't have dozens of newspapers. We don't have tens and 20s talk show hosts. So the same persons that you're turning down in a media crisis and saying no comment to might be the same editor, the same journalist that you're meeting 2 weeks later. And it's very damaging to your relationship if you're not open and transparent in the Nordics. The door will be closed. Another thing that's been hugely significant in terms of brands working within the B2C sector is consumer journalism. In Norway, most significantly, the biggest commercial channel, TV2, has a program called TV2 Helps You, which basically it's a consumer pit bull. It runs after all companies that are not treating their customers well, basically. And I have an example of how that works and what might be a good strategy in the Nordics. Because we had a client a couple of years back that was being chased by a media outlet. And for good reasons, because they'd let 2 of their customers down in a really nasty way. And so it was a good case. But what would be the normal procedure, I mean, for 9 out of 10 businesses, is to try to give as little as possible, to try to get away with it. And it's difficult. I mean, it's a small marketplace we're talking about. People know each other. So it's also a risky strategy, and it most often is not a rewarding one. But what we did was we did our own internal investigation, and we found that it was not only 2 customers who had experienced this, it was 4. And we decided to exceed the journalist expectation by giving this fact to them, saying it's not 2 people, it's 4. These are the 4 cases, and we're going to solve it. We took a terrible beating. I mean, of course we did. It's not something that you get away with. I mean, you will get negative publicity, but we did get a fair negative publicity, which is something else. And I think we got that because we decided to be straightforward and exceeding the expectations in terms of openness. Yeah. From a business and communications perspective, we do expect and value transparency. But the lack of financial openness from large global companies, it's a challenge to our society, I think. So what type of response do we see to that? It's interesting enough, a series of writers and journalists are publishing a book where they basically are saying we need journalist students, to have more a better education in terms of investigating and creating financial transparency. It's quite interesting one. The complex global economy requires more knowledge among journalists, they say. So in the future, I think we might face journalists that are more equipped and better understanding of how things work. And that requires us to deal with these critical questions in an even more professional way as well as communicators. So I'll try to round things up, but it's an interesting world we're living in. And the region we are working in, transparency is the key component to building trust. That's my opinion. And some claim that the Nordic business ethic and the Norwegian business ethic, our transparency and our ability to build trust is a bigger value than our oil. So as a business, you need to be aware of these expectations, I think, and related to transparency and being compliant with the ESG standards. I think that's the biggest risks and the biggest mistakes people make when they move into the Nordic market. If you're not prepared to meet these, I mean, for one reason or another, make sure you're prepared to have a good rationale and story for not letting the public in. All right. I think I'll stop there because I see time is moving. So I'll thank you for allowing me to talk, and I'll hand it back to you, Ciro.
Okay. Thank you, Henning. Very interesting topics. I'll come back to Fanny, and I was reading your publication on the last few days, and of course Google Translate helps a lot, and I learned that you have some quiz for children. Very interesting topics. What Mr. Biden will do next. One will be the inauguration day, something like that. And this is hard news, and I understand. But on the other hand, I saw other questions related to health issues, such as diabetes. And so my question is, how you, as an editor, how you select the topics in order to be sure that those topics will be of interest of children?
Well, I can never be completely sure, but what we try to do is that we try to discuss a lot with children. So before the pandemic, we did a lot of visits to schools to actually see children and hear what they want to have. So after 5 years, I think we have some kind of idea of what they like. But of course, sometimes we find better topics and sometimes not that good ones. So it's hard. It's you can, as an adult, you can never be a child. So you can't be completely sure. But we try to find the right mindset and find the topics that the children actually want, so that it isn't, I don't want the news to be like news that I, as an adult, want the children to know. I want the news to be the news that the children want to. And the quiz you were mentioning, actually we started them after requests from teachers, because they wanted to be able to show the newscasts in class and then have something that the children can do afterwards, so that the teacher can see that they actually watched the news. And they have been pretty popular as well. And we also have them in the printed version of the newspaper.
Okay. If I have to select one word based in the 3 presentations you made, I think the main word is responsibility. Responsibility to fulfill the right information for children, responsibility in order to embed technology and data protection in our day-to-day lives, a responsibility in terms of communicating from companies to the society in a fair way. So my question in terms of responsibility and how to address that to the whole society, Jamil, how for people, a PR campaign or news, hard news, it's quite familiar topics, or easy to understand, language and approach, but the technology and data is not on the day-to-day menu of most of citizens. How to embed the technology and the data protection in the mindset, and make people pay attention on the risks and responsibilities in this field?
Well, I think that you chose the best keyword possible, which is responsibility. Of course, we have this entire work of educating citizens and also educating organizations when it comes to the responsible use of technology. Because even if people don't really understand how technology works, they will still feel the effects of it. And sometimes the effects can be extremely harmful. For example, I was really enjoying Henning's presentation because we are currently having a really rough situation here in Finland with a company. It's a psychiatric clinic, and they suffered a data breach. It was actually two. And that company had a responsibility to tell people about that data breach, both the data protection authorities and the actual people who were affected. Because in this data breach, they revealed so much information, from people's names, social security number, which here in Finland is an information that no one should have but you, since it unlocks all the services you can have access to. Even the content of therapy sessions was released, the medication people were taking, and now people are being blackmailed for it. The hackers have reached out to the people who had their information stolen, and they were saying, if you don't pay this ransom of 500 euros in Bitcoin, we're going to release your information on the internet, and basically your life will be hell. And this thing started in 2018, right? Which was when the first data breach occurred. The hackers, the criminals, only came to the public now because they are demanding money, so that's how people found out. But the company completely refused to do its duty, to fulfill its responsibility to the clients, to the patients, and inform them, so they could try to do something to mitigate the effects of that. So we can really see that it can be so harmful, because these people will be haunted by this forever. With your social security number being revealed, you basically cannot do anything online anymore. You would have to change your social security number, which I don't even know if it's possible. It was over 40,000 people who were affected by that. And it's a tough process. This company really had a duty, if you consider the severity of the data they had. It was a psychiatric clinic. No information can be more sensitive than that. So companies that know that they are dealing with sensitive personal information should be extremely aware, and they should seek this information. But it is also our responsibility, for example, my responsibility as a lawyer, as a person who works with technology, to make this information available. It doesn't matter if we have a law that is written in a very complicated language that people don't understand, that the companies don't know how to implement that into daily practices. If I just tell a company, yes, you have to have a record of all the personal data and let me know if something happens. They don't know what personal data is. They don't know how to keep a record, what they need to register. So it is my responsibility to say, hey, this is what counts as personal data. This is how you build a register. You can use this software to map out the data, for example. And then if something goes wrong, you are going to talk to this person or to that person, and we can help you out, right? So the responsibility is never just from the one party. It's from educators, it's from schools, it's from lawyers, legislators, companies. It is only if we all work together and try to make each other's lives easier that we can actually accomplish something. I have to do my part in communicating the law. For example, Fanny has to do her part in communicating the news to children and to other people. Henning has to do this part with helping companies to communicate critical information to the customers and to the public. And I think that's the only way. Unless we can find this coordination and this desire to work together, I don't think we can ever accomplish anything that is good enough.
Okay, thank you, Jamil. Henning mentioned many interesting cases on how the Norwegian society is very strict in regarding the activities of companies. People were very concerned on what companies are doing, and I want to stress that topic a little bit, and mentioning that there is a fund from the Norwegian government organized to promote free speech and transparency internationally. So it shows, I think it's a very good example on the Norwegian mindset in terms of responsibility of free speech and transparency. Could you talk a little bit about how this is about this topic and this mindset?
Yeah, I think I'm just still baffled by Jamil's case in Finland. I think it's a horrific one. I mean, it's the worst case scenario for a psychiatric clinic is to lose all that sensitive data. But I'd love to look at that case, Jamil. In terms of Norway's role, I mean, we have some. You mentioned that we were kind of strict. For me, it's not. I'm sure for Fanny and for Jamil as well, we don't perceive ourselves to be strict. I think we're on the right path, setting the bar as high as possible in terms of transparency and expectations in terms of human resources, how we conduct ourselves in terms of the environmental issues, sustainability. I think we're definitely on the right path. I also saw the news story in terms of the donation for freedom of speech and independent journalism. I think that's one of the advantages of being I would say a small nation. We can raise these issues and these voices without being accused of having any bigger agenda than raising an important issue. I think from a freedom of speech perspective, I think it's quite interesting to see what's going on at the moment, because I have to say I'm a bit torn between like the principle of freedom of speech and how I perceive people are using it or exploiting it to hurt people and provoke people. So I think there's some interesting discussions going on at the moment, but I do think it's a hugely important issue. And in Norway at the moment, I think the most significant evidence that we're serious about freedom of speech is a right-wing organization called SIAN, who is doing public protests all around Norway. And they don't have any big popular support, but they have huge resistance. So they're doing this obviously to raise their issues, but also to provoke, because they do invites to Danish counterparts who are known to put light to the Quran with fat from bacon. And I mean, in the name of freedom of speech, I do feel that some groups are pushing it. Are we getting further as a society by using our freedom of speech in that way? I'm definitely a no person. So there's some intentions here. Why are you using your freedom of speech in that way? Is it to provoke and hurt people? And I do see a lot of that. And that's my interpretation personally. But also at the same time, I see that this group that travels around Norway, they have police protection. They need to be able to voice their opinions as well in a peaceful manner. And they have the right to do that. And we will defend that right. It's an important right for us. So I'm happy that we're contributing, that we're investing in independent journalism around the world. And I think it's some really interesting debates going on at the moment, and also some really interesting examples on how we use our freedom of speech.
Thank you, Henning. And when I mention strict, please don't see that as a negative word. I think it's focused. So
exactly,
I like I like the way people in the Nordics do, how they react to that. So, and a question for all of you. We will still have 13 minutes to go. The Nordic region is well recognized and inspires other countries out of the region in terms of environment, gender, equality, and how to promote also in the same level, how to inspire other countries in terms of transparency, building trust. How can your countries, let's say, export those qualities in a most intense way?
Who wants to go first?
It's not an easy question.
I think if I'll get the ball rolling at least. I think if our model is the right one, and if our approach to transparency and responsibility is the correct one, I think leading by example is a good way of at least getting the ball rolling, showing that we are serious about these principles and these values in our society, and taking that out in the world where we have the possibility to do that. I mean, it's a way of at least sharing our way of doing business. Also, when it's hurtful to the financial side of things, I mean, we need to show that we are serious about these values, and I do believe we are. We have some work to do, but I do believe leading by example. And also when it becomes financially hurtful, we need to stand by these principles and promote them, basically.
Can I go?
Okay, Jamil.
I totally agree with Henning there. If we don't practice what we preach, we're just going to sound hypocritical. And we are not big enough to be hypocritical and respected at the same time. I think other big countries, they have the luxury of doing that, but we're not at that point. But I do feel that a huge part of leading by example is recognizing our internal contradictions as well, is asking ourselves the hard questions. Because yes, I think if you compare in many different levels to other countries, the Scandinavian countries are doing great, but we also have our fair share of problems, and we shouldn't ignore them. Like Henning was saying, Norway, the richness of Norway comes from oil. And if we are really talking about let's be environmentally conscious, we have to acknowledge that yes, our wealth comes from oil, but we have a plan to transition to alternative sources of energy, because otherwise we can't really say anything about, saving the environment, for example. Finland, it's one of the most equal countries in the world when it comes to gender. But in the last poll that I saw, it was considered the second most violent in Europe for women in terms of domestic violence. So yes, we have the youngest female prime minister in the world, but we're also the second worst for women in terms of violence, domestic violence. So these are things that we have to acknowledge, right? Our society can be very equal, but Finland is also considered the worst country in Europe for people of African descent. They don't have the same opportunities in the job market. They don't get the same education that Finns do. So we really have to, take a good look at the mirror. Yes, we're pretty good, but we have still a lot of work to do. And then as we deal with those things, as we answer these hard questions, then I think we can be even better in terms of example to the world. Like, oh, so these guys were dependent on oil, but they overcame it. These guys had a racial problem, but they overcame it. So then I think our example can be better. I mean, then we can be beacons for something. At least that's those are my 50 cents as a foreigner, right? I think that maybe natives have a different perspective, but that's mine.
It was good that Jamil pointed out that there is also a lot to do here still as well. And since I work so much with children, I would like to point out that one good way of both leading by example and building a better future for ourselves is focusing on the children and their education. And because if I ask the children what do they want more in the news, they always answer that they want to read more about environmental issues. So we actually have thousands of good young people that are interested in learning about the environment and want to focus on that. And we should give them information and education so that they can build a better future. And I think actually Finland is not the best country in this, even though our school has been very praised abroad. For example, in Sweden, I see it that in Sweden there are a society, and society contains both adults and children. In Finland, we often think that we have society that is for adults, and then we have the children somewhere. And instead, we should try to incorporate them and make them feel that they are an important part of the society. And then they can grow and be more responsible adults than we are right now. And that's something we should both work on ourselves and also try to show to other countries that children are important.
Okay, so we have 5 minutes to go. So, last question. We know that the Nordic countries, they work together, they face some challenges together, they cooperate a lot. So very quickly, how do you see the future of this collaboration and how this regional collaboration can inspire other regions as well? I live in Latin America. Sometimes people say, well, in Latin America, and I always say, no, there are many Latin Americas, many. So, and we can say that in a way or another, there is the Nordic region, and in a way or another, you in all countries in the Nordic region, you dialogue, you share information, so you work together. So very briefly, how your region could inspire other regions that do not collaborate so much?
I think our region is quite good. I mean, Fanny mentioned the educational sector. I mean, Finland has been a model for Norway. I think it just proves that in our region, I would say we are friends first and foremost, but we're also we like to compete. There's a friendly competition in terms of having the best school system, or like this silly competition going on, friendly competition going on between us. But I do think that on many levels, we have this great way of sharing and learning and inspiring each other. Some of our nations are ahead of others, and we do have some major challenges, contradictions that we need to face. How we integrate people in our societies. There's some huge challenges, I would say, in terms of bridging the gap and making sure that everybody has the same opportunities in our societies. I think we're not there. We're not close to being there yet. And the Black Lives Matter movement has sparked that across the whole Nordic region, I guess, especially Norway. I will speak for my own country. So, but I do think that we have this great ability to cooperate. I think language-wise, it's quite easy with Sweden, Denmark, and Norway. Finland is somewhat of a different beast when it comes to the language, but culturally, I think we're well equipped, and it's a well-oiled machinery in terms of learning from each other and inspiring each other and doing Nordic surveys. We're looking at the same things on Nordic levels, and that makes it easy to say who's ahead, what are they doing right, and how can we learn from that. And I think there's an openness in the region which creates the opportunity to improve and progress.
Fanny and Jamil, any other comments?
I had some connectivity issues, so I actually missed most of what Henning said, unfortunately.
Okay, Jamil?
I have a comment.
Okay, so I want to thank you all, Jamil, Fanny, and Henning, for participating in this panel on press communication and transparency. Very inspiring ideas, and I'm sure that people that are watching us in the digital platforms have enjoyed as well. So thank you all, and for people who are watching us, we will be back in 15 minutes for the third panel of this morning in the Scandinavian Day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ciro.
Bom dia a todos, meu nome é Ciro Dias Reis, eu sou presidente da Imagem Corporativa, a empresa que organiza o Scandinavian Day. Esse é o terceiro painel desta manhã. No primeiro painel tivemos os embaixadores de Dinamarca, Finlândia, Suécia e Noruega. No segundo painel tivemos uma discussão, um debate com dois profissionais de comunicação, um de Oslo, uma outra pessoa de Helsinki, na Finlândia, e também uma especialista em proteção de dados, também baseada em Helsinki. Para esse terceiro painel desta manhã, nós temos Jonas Wendel, que é chefe de departamento, Head Department, no Nordic Council of Ministers, uma organização baseada em Copenhague, que congrega os esforços de governos de Dinamarca, Finlândia, Noruega e Suécia, e trabalham conjuntamente visando metas comuns em várias dimensões, meio ambiente, por exemplo. O Jonas Wendel é um diplomata sueco, agora baseado no Nordic Council of Ministers, mas ele já serviu como diplomata em diferentes países, como Bangladesh, Marrocos, Irã, França e Coreia do Norte. So now I move to English. I want to thank you, Jonas, for accepting our invitation to share some ideas and perceptions on how the Nordic countries work together and collaborate to achieve goals of mutual interest and mutual benefits. So I have already made your presentation in Portuguese, and so please, the floor is yours, and tell us a little bit how the countries in your region work together and dialogue. And we know that dialogue is a quality that not too many countries adopt at this moment. So you guys are in a very comfortable situation to discuss about that. Please.
Thank you, and thank you for inviting me. As I said earlier, I only hope that I could have been in sunny Brazil. So, as for the Nordic Council of Ministers, let me just say a few words about our structure, because it's not very well known, I think, outside the Nordic region. So, our task is to promote cooperation between the Nordic governments. We do not have any supranational powers of our own, so we cannot legislate and we cannot negotiate on behalf of our individual members. But we have a secretariat at our disposal in Copenhagen with more than 100 civil servants, and we also have offices and institutions throughout the Nordic countries. So our role is to create what we call Nordic added value through manifesting what the Nordic countries can learn from each other. So we try to inspire and act as a think tank in order for the Nordic countries to deepen their cooperation. Again, you cannot have enough dialogue, and these are complex matters in many ways. I think the success for Nordic cooperation so far rests on what I would say or call three pillars. The first one is mutual trust. The second one is credibility, and the third one is interaction. So if I start with mutual trust, I think this has sometimes been called the Nordic gold. There is a high level of mutual trust between the countries. And I think that trust ultimately depends on the fact that we have shared history, we have shared languages, we have a common culture, a sense of togetherness. And there are also strong connections on a personal level between decision makers in our countries, on political level, in the business arena as well. So mutual trust, I think, is at the core of the dialogue that we have. The second one, credibility. Nordic cooperation is always ranked as the most important international cooperation that we have when you ask our citizens. So it's deemed to be more important than the EU, than the United Nations, whatever other international organization you choose. Nordic cooperation is always at the top of the list. And I think that in these very volatile times, Nordic cooperation is seen as more important as ever, or than ever. To some extent, we are family, and the sense of togetherness is very strong when we are facing times of difficulties. The third one, interaction. That is where we come in. We provide an arena for our ministers to meet on a almost weekly basis in different constellations. So Nordic cooperation is now an integral part of national policies. And I think that our main task has always been to show that there is no contradiction between national interest and Nordic cooperation. On the contrary, I think most or all Nordic countries now realize that they promote their own national interest by working jointly on a Nordic level. So that is the overall framework.
And I learned that the council was founded in 1971.
Yes.
I mentioned that because now it's quite easy in globalization times talking about cooperation. But in 1971,
yes,
I presume it was quite a different approach. Can you tell us a little bit more on how the governments decided to create the system, this structure, in 1971?
Yes. Well, the world was very much different in 1971. The Nordic countries, to some extent, had chosen different approaches to the geopolitics of the day. Denmark, Norway, and Iceland were all members of NATO, whereas Sweden was neutral, and Finland had its own particular relationship with Russia. But we all shared the sense of a common Nordic identity. So identity was very important to the very beginning, that regardless if you identify yourself as a member of NATO or non-aligned or closer to the Eastern Bloc, we were all part of a Nordic identity that had special common features. And those had to be preserved in a way. So that is why the government said that on a political level, we have much to learn from each other. So there was an aspect of efficiency. But again, there was also this notion of a shared identity, that the 5 countries together shared some common features that needed to be preserved. Then eventually, from 1971, Nordic cooperation did not exclude the individual countries to join other international organizations as well. Denmark joined the European Union already in 1973. Sweden and Finland joined the European Union in 1995. But Nordic cooperation has remained as a very important foreign policy tool for the Nordic countries, as an addition to what we do inside the EU and inside the UN. And to some extent, we're also using Nordic cooperation to increase our leverage in other international venues, such as the EU and the UN.
And in those almost 50 years of Nordic Council, what are the main achievements of this cooperation, in your opinion?
Yes. Well, you can look at this from different angles. I think Nordic cooperation has always been driven from below. It has been people-driven in the sense that it is our citizens that have said that we need for our region to be more integrated. People marry across borders, they travel across borders, they take work and they invest across borders. So the push from below has created an awareness among politicians that they needed to create the structure to deal with this on a political level. So that what we already in the early 50s, we decided that you, as a Nordic citizen, you didn't need a passport to travel between the Nordic countries. You didn't need a work permit in order to work in another Nordic country. You didn't need a permission to study in another Nordic country. You didn't need a special permission to be covered by the welfare system in another Nordic country. So from a very early start, we created a Nordic bubble where people could move freely from one country to the other without hitting any barriers, legally or politically.
One of the main topics in the agenda of the Nordic Council is the carbon-free challenge by 2050.
Yeah.
And of course, this is one topic, but it's this topic embodies other variables as well. So it's not the only goal from the Nordic Council. Can you mention other goals and let's say in terms of education, technology, gender, how you guys, you build your roadmap
right
next years?
Well, the overarching vision is to turn the Nordic countries into the most integrated and sustainable region in the world by 2030. So that sets the guidelines for the next decade. Of course, a vision is only a policy, and our job is to turn it into concrete actions. And we do this through our own action plan that has all in all 45 indicators that we are following up on. And those range from everything from diversity, carbon neutrality, as you mentioned, to increasing the number of days that fathers spend with their small children, to the numbers of female leaders in business. So we have very concrete goals for, as I said, 45 areas in this case. So we monitor, we evaluate, and we constantly follow up on the goals stipulated by the vision.
But sometimes this dialogue can face some difficulties. I don't want to be provocative, but I will be mentioning the COVID-19,
Yes.
which is what we saw is that Sweden had a completely different approach on other countries in the region. So I just mentioned that in order to be able to think on what if we face some differences in approaches in sensitive issues like health and sanitation. So how to deal with this kind of challenge?
Yeah. No, that is a very pertinent question. And I shall not hide that COVID-19 is probably the biggest challenge to Nordic cooperation that we have seen in the 50 years that we have existed. For the first time since the early 1950s, some borders between our countries are now closed in order to contain the virus. And this goes completely against the notion of creating the world's most integrated region. So that challenge is absolutely there. I think that makes our job perhaps more difficult, but it makes our job even more relevant than before as well, because we do have mechanisms inside our system whereby countries can in advance give a notification to other countries that we are worried by the virus situation in one country, and we are contemplating whether to close the border. And that decision should be taken in coordination rather than unilaterally, as has been the case at the moment. I think what is very much important at the moment is that the underlying mutual trust that has been at the core of Nordic cooperation for so long is not damaged. We can see that on a very individual level, people that have been used to traveling across a border effortlessly without any problems for decades, people that have invested their future in a work across a border, or who have a summer home or business across a border, suddenly they now realize that Nordic cooperation is not immune from what is happening in the rest of the world. And that is something new to us. And we have to find new ways to deal with these kind of challenges, because it's COVID-19 today, but most probably there will be new crises in the future. What I would like to emphasize once again is the fact that we do not have to reinvent the wheel. We have a Nordic Council of Ministers consisting of 12 different ministerial setups. So there are many venues, arenas, where a Nordic discussion can take place. So in that sense, on an institutional level, we are well equipped. But again, if politicians believe that national interests, in this case, contradicts Nordic cooperation, there's always a reflex among politicians to tend to their own country first, and then to look for international cooperation only in a second step.
Okay, well, the president, founder and president of the World Economic Forum has said that the COVID is a unique window to rethink the economic global economic activity. It's a unique opportunity for a reset in the capitalism. This is a very strong statement. We know that the Nordic countries have been committed all the time with social responsibility, the environment. So my question is, do the Nordic countries need a reset, the capitalism in the region need a reset as well, or you can consider that the countries in the region have already paid attention on those variables that now the World Economic Forum is mentioning?
I don't know if we need a reset, but clearly we also need to take into consideration that some of the infrastructure that we have been used to living with will perhaps not rebound to where it was before COVID-19. And the question is also, do we want them to rebound to where they were before COVID-19? The emphasis put on green recovery is something that is fully embraced by all Nordic countries. I think that we tend to believe that we have a certain competitive advantage in those areas as well. So in that sense, our capitalists would like to see a green recovery because they know that they would benefit from such a recovery. They have well advanced technologies in biotech, in other areas. So that would be something that they would welcome. And I think that from a political level, there is a great awareness of sort of upholding the economy, but also trying to steer the economy towards a green recovery through budget allocations, but also through a policy framework that encourages green innovation and green transition.
So in other words, this reset can be beneficial for companies in the region, because
companies that have been in the forefront for a very long time in social responsibility and also in green transition areas will probably benefit from this transition period.
Okay, the Nordic Council of Ministers was created to look to the future and by building dialogue and cooperation. So how easy or how challenging is to look ahead and imagine the future, the next 10 days, 10 years or 20 years or 30 years? There are so many new variables. How do you deal with this futurism, let's say that?
Yes. Well, they say that all good questions do not have easy answers, and yours is a very good question. I think you need to strike a balance. I mean, if you think too far into the future, it easily becomes science fiction, and it doesn't have any relevance for politicians. So you need to think ahead, but you should not go too far ahead, because then you sort of remove yourself from what is on the desk of a minister or a politician from day to day. So I think we tend to focus on what is on the agenda in the respective countries. We try to synthesize to see where the different countries emerge. And then from there, we try to think a step or two ahead, but not 3 or 4, because then you tend to again become too futuristic. One colleague of mine said that this is not rocket science. It's much more complicated than that. And to some extent it is. It is very complicated because no one knows what the future will hold. I think that no one foresaw the COVID-19 crisis, or at least we didn't foresee the extent of it. So when we have at the same time a vision for the next 10 years, that vision has to include a certain amount of flexibility. If not, we could easily become irrelevant. I mean, our vision did not say anything about COVID-19. It was adopted last summer and no one knew about COVID-19 then. But of course, we have had to adjust our vision in order to also deal with COVID-19. Again, otherwise we would become completely irrelevant.
As the former American president Dwight Eisenhower used to say, planning is worthless.
Yes.
Or plans are worthless, but planning is everything.
Yes. I can also quote the former heavyweight champion in boxing, Mike Tyson, who said that everyone has a plan until they're punched in the face. And to some extent, COVID-19 is a punch in the face that we have all experienced.
Exactly. And how the Nordic countries, how they look to Brazil. We know that there are many Swedish companies that have been here for decades.
Yes.
Norwegian companies, they came more recently. More than 50 Finnish countries, according to the Finnish ambassadors, are represented in Brazil. Many Danish companies as well. But how do you look to Brazil as a market, as a place for building partnerships and looking to the future?
Yes. No, thank you. I think that Brazil, I mean, through your membership of G20, is becoming an increasingly important player in world politics, but also economically. And I think that, as you mentioned, a lot of Nordic companies are looking at Brazil as their base for expansion in South America as a whole. I think at the moment, it is mainly seen as a market to sell to. I think that in the future, we would like to see more partnership in the sense that we could also benefit from your knowledge, to have some of your investments coming to the Nordic countries. Of course, every country is unique. So I'm not saying that the model that we have is a one-size-fits-all model that could be applied to Brazil. But I think there are areas where we could learn from each other. I think that the Nordics have always championed equality between sexes, for instance. And we think that has greatly benefited our societies. So there are areas outside of economy that would be interesting for cooperation. Again, at the institutional level, at the Nordic Council of Ministers does not have any cooperation with Brazil. The event that we're both participating in now is at the same time a signal that we're looking into new partners to expand our own map, so to say.
Let's talk a little bit on innovation. The region is well known in terms of investing in innovation and creativity. And so how do you, in the council, how do you think on innovation,
right,
along with dialogue and cooperation?
Yeah. Well, all the Nordic countries are small open economies. So we have always been forced to compete on an international scale. And our labor costs are quite high. So we have not been able to compete with low wages. The only way we have been able to compete is through innovation. So I think that has been clear from the very start to all our companies that innovate or die. Of course, innovation has then been supported through government spending. I mean, if you look at the percentage of GDP that is spent on research and innovation in the Nordic countries, that percentage is quite high. But I would say that almost half of it in general is attributed to the state giving money to certain projects. So there's always been this balance. We are market-driven economies, but at the same time, the state has always taken upon itself to be an economic actor, a mover, in order to nudge and to move companies in the right direction. So, for instance, I think if you, I will not, but in some countries you could hear ministers saying that I will do my utmost to preserve and save a certain industry from going bankrupt. I think in the Nordic countries, we have from very early on accepted the fact that industries will go down, companies will go broke, and it's not the task of politicians to save companies or to save sectors. The duty of a politician is to make sure that those who lose their job in one sector will have a new job in another emerging and more stronger sector. So by promoting change and innovation, I think that we have been able to preserve our competitiveness. And that is something that is also well anchored in ordinary citizens. I think that people growing up today in the Nordic countries, they realize that they will not stay in the same profession or the same company throughout their whole life. They will go through the cycle just as the economy as a whole. And by being honest about that, by promoting that change, that is the best service you can do as a politician, I think.
In Latin America, and Brazil included, of course, we have some difficulties in terms of planning ahead, thinking about the long range. So whenever we say we think about planning for 2030 or 2050, for us in Latin America is almost very strange. So you are used in the Nordic countries. You plan. You have this attitude of planning ahead. And so my question is, what would be your takeaways for Latin countries that have some difficulties to organize themselves, to put people together, to dialogue, and focus in the future?
Right.
What would be your takeaways?
Yes, I think that the main takeaway is to anchor long-term projects across the political spectrum, so that if you're in government and you plan ahead, you also want to make sure that the opposition at the moment stands behind those long-term plans. Otherwise, as soon as there is a new government or there's a change in power, those long-term plans will be taken off the table. So you have to compromise across the political board in order to make sure that your long-term planning will survive a change in power. And that has perhaps been a speciality of the Nordic countries. Yes, of course, our political life is also full of confrontation, but there is also a deep-seated notion of consensus, that some things you have to decide upon and agree upon for the long term. You can disagree on modalities, on details, but the long-term commitment is something that all political parties should stand behind.
And how do you foresee the future in terms of trade? Because now we have some discussions on Mercosur trying to set up a trade agreement with the European Union because of our environmental problems. Maybe this agreement will not be made, but anyway, so there are some trade agreements between countries to countries, regions to regions. How do you plan in your trade strategies to deal with this different options in the world, and what are the priorities in terms of building trade bridges with other regions?
Well, first I should say that trade is outside the competence of the Nordic Council of Ministers. I mean, trade is something that is mainly dealt through the European Union or through EFTA for Nordic, or for Norway and Iceland. But on a very general level, I think that you can view free trade as a tool for change. Free trade has a tendency to promote change and greater awareness through interaction on its own. I understand that the discussion now is that should you have certain conditions met before you open up for free trade? What I say is that you could also look at it the other way around, that free trade will make it easier to satisfy those conditions. But again, that is a political discussion that is outside of our competence.
Okay, we have time for one more question, which is, since the very beginning, we have talked about consensus, dialogue, and we know that sometimes this is not easy. It's a goal to be pursued, but not always easy. So my question is, how you guys deal within the Nordic Council? What is the process to get consensus? Sometimes I guess there are some different opinions and approaches on the table. So how do you deal with the difference and you achieve a common perception or a common decision?
Yeah. Well, coming back to what I said earlier, there are personal connections between most of our politicians. And they often go a long way back. When you start as a young politician in Sweden, for instance, your first trip abroad would be to visit your party colleagues in Denmark or in Finland. So you sort of, as you go through your career, as you rise to a certain level, you create a network of Nordic colleagues. So by the time you reach the level of being a minister or a decision maker, you tend to know the people around the table since decades back. And that makes it a lot easier when you have to find consensus. Having said that, I mean, yes, consensus is good, but sometimes it is good to have different opinions as well, because by having different opinions, you tend to sharpen your own arguments and you become aware of weaknesses in your own position that you will not see otherwise. So yes, we try to promote consensus. This is most often done in a very informal way. But again, if consensus is not met, often we try to plan and have time on our side so that eventually we can reach that consensus. I don't have a magic wand to say that this is how you do it. It's perseverance, patience, and personal relations.
Okay, so Jonas, I want to thank you for inspiring ideas and information you share with us. And it's very good to hear that, at least in some parts of the world, the dialogue exists in a very productive way. And we hope that this approach can inspire other regions as well. So thank you for your information, and thank you for everybody who is watching us on the digital platforms. And you will be back tomorrow with other 3 sessions, 3 panels in the Scandinavian Day. Thank you all.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Thank you.